Yeah, I thought I saw them for a minute, but maybe not.
Good morning, Your Honor. Are you able to hear us?
We can hear you. We can't see you, unfortunately.
It's just. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. We're still waiting to get our video working over here. We can see the courtroom, but nothing else, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. We can see you.
Yeah, everyone has their cameras on, correct? Or at least the
Yes, sir.
standard folks, jail and counsel.
Let's see here.
Okay, I mean, it's kind of judgy. So we saw the jail briefly for a minute on Teams. We may have to get IT to come in and work on our feed here. But if Jill, if you can hear us, why don't we go over if we have any updates? So is anyone refusing to appear or any medical updates?
We have one refusal. We have one refusal, Your Honor. Can we have 1 minute, please? Cortez? Okay.
Can that Gabriel Cortez?
Yes, Your Honor. He was just a review hearing, though.
Yeah. All right. So
Can you see us now, Judge?
Not quite yet. We can see that Mr. Hotchkiss appears to be telephonic, so that may be working.
Yeah, he joined the Teams call. I just clicked on admit, so. And pre-trial's here too.
Excellent. All right. Well, I think what we'll do for Mr. Cortez, then the court will just order that continue into the afternoon, and if he doesn't want to appear again, they can.
Your Honor, since it's a review, we ask that you continue this to tomorrow morning.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we'll just do initial appearances AM. All right, that sounds good. We'll go ahead and order that. Continue to 11:22, 9 o'clock AM for initial appearance for Mr. Cortez. in CR 2024-010-924. Go ahead and approve that. All right. And then if the jail can't hear us, do we have defense counsel present yet?
Your Honor, that is me. It's Simeon Fatak from the Public Defender's Office.
Oh, thank you. And can you repeat your last name for me, please?
Sure, it's P-H-A-T-A-K, P as in Pennsylvania.
Sorry, can you say it one more time? Yeah.
Sure, I go slow. So P as in Pennsylvania, H as in Houston, A as in Arizona, T as in Tennessee, A as in Arizona again, K as in Kansas.
Okay, and can you pronounce that for me, please?
Yes, Your Honor, it's Fatak.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
I'm still learning everybody, so I apologize.
Oh, that's okay.
Everybody's in the call, but I just see them in circles, but I can't. I don't know if they have their cameras on. Okay. Okay, you're gonna check it out. And now stop streaming for 10.
Then for initial appearances, and then Mr. Shout, are you able to hear the court?
Yes.
Okay, and can you go ahead and state your first and last name, please?
Bobby Lee Shaw.
Mr. Shout, we have you here today on what's called a review hearing to review your status of incarceration. At the present time, what the court will do is inform you that you have a review hearing that is set on December 23rd, 2024 at 9:00 a.m. And that's going to be with the Justice Court, similar format as today. In the event that your local charges are not resolved and or that you're not already transported to Maricopa County to resolve any matters there, then we'll have that review hearing. If everything is resolved, then that hearing will be canceled here in Pima County. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, so with that, then we'll go ahead and conclude your hearing today. You can be excused. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So, Your Honor, may I be briefly excused till the court handles misdemeanors?
Until the court handles felonies or misdemeanors?
Misdemeanors.
Sure, that's fine. I think we have misdemeanors coming up. So if you want to be excused, that's fine.
Thank you, Judge.
And IT has entered the courtroom, so hopefully we'll be able to figure out the video feed issue.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah, that's what keeps happening. They show up for about 2 seconds and then they just drop off again, even though they're still actually here.
Yeah. I can try leaving the call and rejoining her. You might like refresh it. It's showing the same on your screen.
Yeah, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna leave the Teams call. We'll come back in. We'll stay on the record. Okay.
Check the room call. Get it really quick. I don't know, I'm here, like, how this. I'm gonna see. What it looks like for her, and it helps me, she drives it.
Yeah. Could be do you think maybe it's a connection issue for the jail for some reason with Teams?
No, because it's showing up on hers. I can see the jail. Here, but he's not even up on there.
And Your Honor, for what it's worth, I'm able to see and hear the jail just fine. So I think it's something on the court's end of things.
Interesting. Okay, thanks for that clarification. Well, yeah, we can see Mr. Hotchkiss. We can see everybody else who's present. We just, for some reason, can't see the jail, but we can hear the jail. Jail, you're still with us, correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, I think we just have to, I don't know how we're going to resolve this. It might resolve on its own, but I think we just need to proceed.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Think of a few things, keep it down.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Just fixed itself. Perfect. Okay, so I think we see, sir, are you Mr. Bartley by chance?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll get started in just a moment. We just had a technical difficulty over here. So are we streaming now also? Okay, perfect. All right, so we're all good to go? Great, thanks, everybody. Okay, so can you go ahead and state your first and last name?
Jerome Bartley.
Hey, Mr. Bartley, we're doing what's called an initial appearance for you on today's date. Let me just pull up your file really quick. All right, so Mr. Bartley, looks like we have you here today on a initial appearance as to charge of drug paraphernalia, possession or use, and also DV, disorderly conduct. You do have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. Let me just take a look really quick at the probable cause statement. Okay. Mr. Bartley, the court's inclined, based on what the court's reviewing, the court's inclined to release you on your own recognizance, but if the court releases you, do you pledge to go ahead and appear at future proceedings?
Yeah.
And do you understand that if you fail to appear at proceedings or if you don't follow some conditions of release I'm putting into place, that a warrant could issue for your arrest or you could be incarcerated again?
Yeah.
All right, so at this time, the court will order releasing the defendant on today's date on his promise to appear. Court will have the following conditions of release: no alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence. Do not go back to the victim's residence or workplace. There was an allegation of domestic violence. Is that a place where you currently live, Mr. Bartley?
Yes.
So I don't believe, let me just check to see if we have any victim input on this particular case.
So we're victims. Nobody got hit or anything.
Right. Well, we do have a pending charge of disorderly conduct. And so what the court's going to do is a condition of your release, instead of holding you incarcerated, the court is going to release you, but the court is going to order that you not have any contact with the alleged victims, who I understand to be Sandra Bartley. You can return back to the residence to pick up your belongings. And if you need to have these conditions addressed at a future date, you're welcome to address that with the assigned judge, the Justice Court. Your next hearing in this matter will be on December 23rd, 2024 at Justice Court. That'll be at 10:30 a.m. So that's the next time that you have to appear. Again, failure to appear in court could result in a warrant issuing for your arrest. So at this time, Mr. Bartley, we will go ahead and excuse you. Thank you for appearing today.
Thank you.
Corino.
All right, good morning, sir. Can you state your name, please?
Manuel Miguel Carino.
Mr. Corino, we're seeing you here today on the charge of driving on a suspended license. You do have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. Let Let me just review to see what we have. Based upon the information available to the court is going to order that you be released today on your promise to appear. The court's going to inform you about your next court date. That's going to be an arraignment at the Pima County Justice Court. That's December 23rd, 2024. And that's at 8:30 a.m. You'll be provided a copy of that date before you leave the jail. The court is going to order as a condition of release that you not drive without a valid license. And please make sure that you appear at future proceedings. Failure to appear could result in a warrant being issued for your arrest. Do you have any questions, sir?
Sir.
Okay, then you are excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, you know what? Can we bring Mr. Corino back? Sorry. Can the jail confirm whether we have a superior court hold on him?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so in light of that, so Mr. Corino, the court misspoke. So it appears that there's a hold right now from the Superior Court, which recognizes that you may have a pending case. So even if the court was inclined to release you on today's date, the court cannot do that at this time. Was the jail saying something?
No, Your Honor.
Just want to make sure. So we heard some noise. So what the court's going to do instead is the court, because you cannot be released on today's date, given that Superior Court hold, the court is going to set bond in this matter in the amount of $100 cash or secure. That's to ensure that you get any time credit if there is incarceration imposed for this driving on a suspended license charge. So your next court date then is going to be moved up. It's not going to be December 23rd. It's going to be November 22nd, 2024. So that's tomorrow at 1:00 p.m. You'll have an arraignment with Judge Steele to further address these charges. And until that hold is lifted with the Superior Court, you'll remain incarcerated as well. But on this one, and we're just putting a nominal bond on this one to make sure that you get credit for time served. And so because you are being held on this matter, the court will appoint counsel for you at this time. The court will appoint Caitlin Waters to represent you. And so,
But I do have a bond.
yeah, we set bond in the amount of $100 cash or secured. It's about as low as we can go on the bond. If you do post that bond, you can do that. It's just that will not change that there is what's called a Superior Court hold, where they're requiring that you remain incarcerated until some other matter with the Superior Court is resolved. And I don't know exactly what that is. I can't tell you what that is right now, unfortunately. But you have a bond of $100 in this case, which you are free to post, is just you won't be immediately released. Does that help explain?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Waters hopefully will be able to meet with you shortly and you'll get some more clarification on what's happening as well. If there are no other questions, then now you are excused. Sorry for the mix up.
Okay, thank you.
Downstairs.
Okay, good morning. Can you please state your full name?
John Michael Cavatello Jr.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cavatello. We got you here for a couple of matters. We're going to take them one at a time. First matter appears to be possession of a drug paraphernalia. Let me just finish reviewing something really quick. Okay. Mr. Cavatello, in general, if the court was to release you on today's date and require that you appear at a future date, are you going to be able to appear at future court dates?
Yes.
And do you promise to the court that you'll make sure you appear at the next dates?
Yes.
Okay, so as to the drug paraphernalia charge, the court's going to order that you be released on your own recognizance and on your promise to appear. There are going to be some conditions for release, though, and that's going to include that you not engage in use of alcohol or illegal drugs. The court is going to set your next hearing December 23rd, 2024 at 8:30 a.m. That's at the Justice Court, and that's with Judge Wilson for an arraignment. You'll receive a copy of that date and time when you're released from the jail today. And so then the court will go ahead and call your next case. All right, and that will be related to some Oro Valley charges that we have. Looks like it failed to appear for a matter for a drug possession case in Oro Valley. Typically, when there's failure to appear, the court will usually set a bond in order to make sure that you appear. But similar to the other case, are you able to make it to the Oro Valley City Court to resolve your charges there if the court releases you?
Yes.
And do you,
Yeah.
do You promised to the court today that you're going to do that.
Yeah,
At this particular time, the court is going to order that you be released on your promise to appear in the Oro Valley City Court. Your next court date there is going to be January 8th, 2025, so early next year. And that's going to be 10:30 a.m. at the Oro Valley City Court. Make sure that you appear at that hearing. The court is going to order, it may already be ordered, but the court is going to order that you not engage in any alcohol or illegal drugs as part of that case. Additionally, any prior release conditions are affirmed, which were previously set. So January 8th, 2025, 10:30 a.m. Make sure that you appear. Failure to appear could result in a warrant being issued for your arrest. Any questions, sir, at this time?
no,
Okay, so you are being excused. Make sure you go to your court dates, and we're all done for today. Thank you.
okay.
Gamboa.
I go upstairs and see.
Yes. Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Gamboa, can you state your full name, please?
Yeah, Roger Whitester Gamboa.
Mr. Gamboa, we're here today on an initial appearance on several charges of disorderly conduct as well as one charge of theft. You do have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. We do have your mother who's present as a victim, and she's going to be welcome to present testimony, not testimony, but a statement to the court. And so what the court's going to do is the court's first going to hear from her. Ma'am, would you like to come up to the front of the courtroom? And the defendant desk right there, there's a microphone and a chair, so you're welcome to go there. And then whenever you're ready, go ahead and make what statement you wish to make to the court.
My son is on court-ordered mental health treatment. He's been going to Ventura, and he was having problems. And I called them, and they said that they would put an amendment in, and if I called the police, they would take him for mental health. They took him to jail. Now, he's been in Sonora Behavioral Health. And he does have a label. He does. And so he was supposed to go get mental health help instead of going to jail. And some of the things they said, like they said that he stole my phone, but it was that I left it. So he didn't say that. And I just don't understand why he has to be here if his court order.
Let me clarify for you. Are you requesting that he be released from incarceration?
Yes.
And do you have any, are you concerned about whether he has contact with you or with, I believe Michael Gamboa was the other individual, or Edward Gamboa, right? Yeah, do you have any concern about him having contact with the two of you?
No, he could come and stay on the property, but he, I rather than not really have a lot of company on this.
Okay.
So until he gets health treatment, is there any way that can happen? That instead of jail, if they can do that? Or?
So what I can do on today's date, because we didn't get input, so what's called pre-trial services, was not able to get input from you before today's date. So I'm glad that you're here today. Given the input that you've provided, as well as with everything else that I've received today, I'm willing to have him be released on today's date. Exactly where he goes from there, I cannot direct him to get involuntary mental health treatment. There may be other things that need to happen for that to occur. For example, a petition for involuntary treatment may need to be filed. But what I'm going to go ahead and order, given the input that you provided today, is as follows. So Mr. Gamboa, what the court's going to do is the court's going to order that you be released on today's date, but there's going to be some conditions of release. And so just do make sure you pay attention to these conditions. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, no firearms or weapons.
Yes,
Continue your treatment with La Frontera.
yes,
And additionally, your contact with Judy Gamboa and Edward Gamboa is only as they permit. So if they do not want to have contact with you, or they say you can only have contact under certain conditions, you have to listen to that. Does that make sense?
it does, Your Honor.
And can you do all of those things?
Absolutely.
Um,
And
and you don't have to say anything further right now, and it's against your interest to say anything right now, so, but I appreciate that you may have some additional things to say. You are being released, and so that's about the best outcome you can have for today, so, just please follow up as you need to with treatment. The court, because you are being released, your next court date is an arraignment December 23rd, 2024 at the Justice Court for the same court. That's at 10:30 a.m. You'll be provided this information when you leave the jail today. Do you have any questions before we conclude?
Do not.
Okay, with that then, you are excused. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was just gonna say, thank you. Tell my mother, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then, you can be excused at this time. If you want to watch the rest of the proceedings, you can too.
Oh,
Okay.
thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Salvio.
Okay, good morning. Can you state your name, please?
Lamando Salvicio. Good morning.
Good morning. So, Mr. Salvio, you're here today on a couple of misdemeanor charges of assault and disorderly conduct. You do have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. Let me just read something in your file really quick. Let me see if I want to try to review the pretrial services recommendation regarding the charges. I want to see if we have any input from the stated victims in this case. Looks like we do not. Okay, given what's alleged in the probable cause statement and with the suggestions from pretrial services, Mr. Salvio, what I'm inclined to do at this time is to release you on today's date on these charges, but the conditions of release are going to include that you not have any contact with the stated victims in the case. That would be Leon and Thompson. And so do you happen to share a residence with these individuals?
I do.
And so I can, if that presents an issue, what I can do is order that you be able to go back to the home, pick up any belongings. You may have to establish separate housing. Do you have a place where you can live if you don't live with them?
I believe I do. Yes.
There is also a trailer that's outside the jail that provides housing assistance. So you may want to visit them on your way out of the complex. They may have some leads on some housing resources for you as well. But given what's been alleged, the court will order releasing the defendant on today's date on his promise to appear. But the following conditions of release will be in effect. There will be no alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, no firearms or weapons, not to have any contact with the alleged victims, who again are Leon Salvio and Thompson and Anton. If you need to amend this provision or these restrictions at a later date, you can ask your assigned judge at the Justice Court to do that, and then that judge will consider it. The court is going to order that you cannot go to the victim's residence or workplace, but you can return with a police escort to pick up your belongings to those residences on one occasion. Your next court date is December 23rd, 2024 at 10:30 a.m. at Justice Court for an arraignment. And that'll be with Judge Wilson. Do you have any questions, sir, at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so you are all done for today and you are excused. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ventura.
Good morning, sir. Can you state your name, please?
Patrick Charles Ventura.
Mr. Ventura, you're here today. It looks like you're picked up on a warrant for failure to appear for some offenses that arose back in January and March of 2020. You do have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. So in review of the file, it looks like these charges are fairly old. I don't necessarily want you to comment on what happened because that may be against your interests. But if the court was to release you on today's date, do you pledge to that you're going to go to court and get these matters resolved?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then additionally, that if you did not appear at the next court date, then you'd be picked up again, and the next judge that you see may not be as flexible. Do you understand that as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So On these charges, the court will order releasing the defendant on today's date on his promise to appear. Court will order that any prior release conditions are affirmed. And the next court date that you have, it's important that you appear, Mr. Ventura, on December 23rd, 2024, 8:30 a.m. And that'll be with Judge Wilson over at the Justice Court for an arraignment. Again, if you did not appear, a warrant could be issued, and then we're doing this process all over again, okay?
Understood.
Okay.
You said December 23rd?
December 23rd, 8:30 a.m., couple days before Christmas.
Okay,
Okay,
understandable.
thank you, sir. You are excused.
Have a good day.
Morning, ma'am. Can you state your name, please?
Tanae Fox.
Ms. Fox, you're here today on a single misdemeanor charge of interfering with judicial proceedings. Essentially, failure to abide by a court order. You do have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. As to the information before the court, Ms. Fox, if the court releases you on today's date, do you promise to abide by the existing order that prohibits contact with the victim?
Yes.
And do you understand that if you violate the order again, you could be reincarcerated, and then the next judicial officer who reviews your case may not be as flexible as I am?
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, then the court will order that the defendant will be released on her promise to appear. There are going to be some conditions of release: not to commit any acts of domestic violence, no contact of any kind with the victim, as well as not to go to the victim's residence or workplace and the incident location for this offense. The court is going to order additionally consolidating with the existing number CM 24043616. The next court date that you have, Ms. Fox, is a hearing on December 17, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. That's at the city court. Make sure that you appear. That's going to be with Judge Million. And in failure to appear could result in a warrant being issued for your arrest. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, so thank you very much. You are excused.
Thanks. McDonald's.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you state your name, please?
Jennifer McDonald.
Ms. McDonald, you're here today on a charge of disorderly conduct, which is a misdemeanor offense. You do have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. In review of the probable cause statement and other information available to the court, at this time, Ms. McDonald, the court is going to be releasing you on your promise to appear, and we're going to give you another court date. If we release you instead of holding you, do you promise that you're going to appear at the next court date in city court?
Yes.
You also understand that if you fail to appear, that a warrant could be issued for your arrest.
Yes.
The court is going to order as a condition of release, additionally, that you not commit any acts of domestic violence. Your next court date is a hearing December 23rd, 2024. That's at 9:30 a.m. at the Justice Court, and that'll be with Judge Maldonado. Do you have any questions at this time?
When I leave today, are they going to give me some literature reflecting what you just told me?
Yes, you will receive a copy of your next court date, which let me correct myself. It's at city court, not justice court, city court. So you want to make sure your next court date on December 23rd is at city court. But you'll receive your paperwork when you leave. That gives you that next court date.
Is that the one downtown with the big pillars?
It is on Alameda before you hit the big complex, judicial complex. It's the one before that. Okay, thank you, Ms. McDonald. You are excused at this time.
Thank you.
Go back down 70 kilometers. What do you want to go there?
I'm getting it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're waiting on someone. Oh. Okay.
Good morning, sir. Could you state your name, please?
Well, my name is Wayne Belton.
Mr. Belton, we're here today for an initial appearance. We have several misdemeanor charges before you. We have looks like 5 counts of disorderly conduct, 4 counts of threatening and intimidating, and additionally criminal trespass in the 3rd degree. You do have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. In review of the probable cause statement and other information available to the court is going to order that bond be set in this matter in the amount of $500 cash or secured. And then if you post bond, conditions of release will be that you not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, possess no firearms or weapons, and do not go back to the incident location. Your next court date in this matter is a video review at the city court. That's November 26th, 2024 at 1:45 p.m. If you post bond and are released, you need to make sure to go to that court date on November 26th or a warrant is issued for your arrest. Any questions, sir?
No, sir.
You're excused. Thank you, Mr. Pelton.
Thank you.
Governor, is that captain here?
What was that? I'm sorry.
Is that capture secured?
Both.
Both.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Shoemaker.
Good morning, sir. Can you state your name, please?
Sean Shoemaker.
Mr. Shoemaker, you're here today on failure to appear on several charges, 5 counts of disorderly conduct, 1 criminal trespass in the 1st degree. You do have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. To ensure your appearance at future proceedings, the court is going to set bond in this matter in the amount of $250 cash or secured. And the court will also order that prior release conditions are affirmed. The court will appoint and I meant to on the previous case, we're going to also order that the Pima County the city public defender's office is appointed for the prior defendant. Additionally, for this, the city public defender's office will be appointed in this matter. And it's okay to check that off in the other order. Your next court date, Mr. Shoemaker, is November 26, 2024 at 1:45 p.m. for a video review. If you do post bond before then, you do still need to go to that video review or a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you have any questions, sir?
Oh, yes. So I'm going to be in jail till November 25th.
Until November 26th is the next court date. You have bond that's posted that's set in $250 cash or secured. If you're able to post that bond, then you can be released earlier, but you still need to make sure you go to your next court date. Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused.
I don't understand. So I got to stay in jail.
At least.
At least. Yeah, I had a credit card. It left in my house. But I could have paid it.
Skyler.
It was just famous.
Okay, good morning, sir. Can you state your name, please?
Skyler Phil.
Mr. Phil, you're here today on 2 felony charges of sexual assault and sexual abuse. You do have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have a right to assistance of counsel for these felony charges, and you do have provisional counsel seated next to you. The state is recommending that bond be set in the amount of $100,000. And then Mr. Hotchkiss, any additional record?
No, Your Honor, we would just note the information that is contained in the interim complaint is the crux of our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Mr. Fatak, any record you want to make?
Yes, Your Honor. The court should note that Mr. Field has absolutely no criminal history. He's gainfully employed. He has strong ties to Arizona. Your Honor, also he reports to me he's a student, and it does say misdemeanor probation, but I don't have any more details beyond that. Your Honor, he has to be in school is what he tells me. He has strong ties. Your Honor, $100,000 bond is so excessive that he cannot afford it. He's asking you to consider releasing him to pretrial services at this time, but we understand if you're not inclined, we just ask that you set a nominal bond. I would recommend probably $7,500. Thank you.
Thank you. Did we need something? Okay, so we've been having technical issues this morning, and so you can still see us and hear us, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so Mr. Field, this time the court is going to set bond in this matter in the amount of $25,000 cash is secured with release to pretrial services if bond is posted. The court is significantly concerned about the allegations in the probable cause statement and does find that that it does create a prima facie case that you are a danger to the community. Court will order as conditions of release if you post bond, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, no firearms or weapons, and to follow monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. Court will order that you not have any contact with the alleged victim and not to go to the victim's residence or workplace. Court will appoint counsel in this matter, the Pima County Public Defender's Office. Your next court date in this matter is December 2nd, 2024, 1:30 p.m. for a preliminary hearing, and that's at the Justice Court. If you do post bond, you just still need to go to that hearing on December 2nd or a warrant could issue for your arrest. And then any questions at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. Can I get a bondsman or bail bondsman for 25?
That
I guess he's asking. Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. I'm sorry to jump in, but I guess he's asking if you're making the bond secured.
The bond is cash or secured. So
okay.
Yeah, so just to clarify that. So if you're able to post a secure bond, then you may be able to secure that, but the court is going to set that at 25,000 cash or secured. Any additional questions, sir?
Is there by any way we can get it lowered to 15 for me? Since I'm a full-time student, I have a full-time job. I'm, like he said, I'm trying my hardest to be a better human being. All
right. So yeah, I think you should probably cease talking at this particular time. All the statements that you're providing can be used against you in a future proceeding. The state recommended $100,000. The court's lowered it by 75% to $25,000. I'm not willing to lower it any additional amount. The court is aghast at the allegations in this case, and I feel very badly for the alleged victim in this case.
Yes, sure.
If the conduct is indeed what happened. So I think it's a gift from the court to even lower it to $25,000. And I think you're just going to have to get creative about how you deal with that issue. But the court does believe, as I've indicated, that you currently constitute a danger to the community, and that's what's contributing to the court's conclusion that $25,000 bond is appropriate in this matter. So at this time, the court's going to go ahead and excuse you, Mr. Field. Thank you for appearing today. And we cannot see when the next individual pops up. So Mr. Fatak, if you can just let us know.
Absolutely.
And I'm pronouncing the H. Am I supposed to pronounce the H?
Yes, it is Fatak. Yes.
Okay, perfect. I just want to be sure.
Of course. Thank you for checking. Your Honor, Mr. Sullivan's in the seat next to me.
Good morning, Mr. Sullivan. Can you state your full name?
Timothy Lynn Sullivan.
Thank you. So at this time, Mr. Sullivan, we have you here on initial appearance. And we have the following felony charges. We have aggravated assault, 8 counts of aggravated assault, 9 counts of endangerment, as well as looks like 2 counts of domestic violence and disorderly conduct involving a weapon. So that would be 19 total counts. These are all felony charges. You do have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have a right to assistance of counsel, and there is provisional counsel seated next to you on today's date. The state is recommending that bond be set in the amount of $250,000. Any additional record, Mr. Hotchkiss?
Your Honor, we would just note the grave danger that was posed by Mr. Sullivan's conduct as alleged between the threats to kill to the spouse and then the incident that frankly could have culminated and thankfully did not culminate in an officer-involved shooting. Thank you.
And then Mr. Patak, any record you want to make on behalf of the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor. We are not trying to argue that these are less serious charges. We understand the grave nature of them. But Judge, in terms of how much Mr. Sullivan can afford to pay, $250,000 is so excessive that there's no way he's going to be able to post that. Your Honor, he's gainfully employed with the Department of Homeland Security. He has no failures to appear in the last 2 years. He's lived in Tucson for 4 years, has strong ties to the community. Your Honor, he's asking for one chance for release, but we totally understand if you're not inclined. We just ask that the bond be set somewhere close to $10,000. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, the court is going to adopt the state's recommendation. I think the bond should probably even be higher, but the court's going to set bond at $250,000 cash and secured with release to pretrial services if bond is posted. In general, so many people's lives are placed at risk with this conduct that the court cannot go any lower than that for the bond, and the court does find that Mr. Sullivan is currently a danger to the community, which justifies bond being set at least in the amount of $250,000. At this time, the court will issue the following conditions of release. If bond is posted, do not drive without a valid license. Not sure why that's there, so I'm going to take that off. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, no firearms or weapons. Any firearms or weapons which haven't been surrendered shall be surrendered to local law enforcement. Follow monitoring and treatment as directed by pretrial services. No contact with the individual Dana Sullivan. Do not go to the victim's residence or workplace. You may return one time with a police escort to pick up belongings. If you do post bond, the Pima County Public Defender's Office is appointed, and the next court date for Mr. Sullivan is going to be December 2nd, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. at the Pima County Justice Court for a preliminary hearing. And then any questions at this time?
No, Judge, no, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Sullivan, you will have an opportunity in the future to have your bond potentially lowered if you can establish good cause for that. It's something to raise with your assigned judge. But at the present time, that's the court's decision for today, and you are excused at this time. Thank you. And Mr. Pataka, again, you'll have to just let us know when, but we still don't have video restored yet. So you'll have to let us know when we.
Will do, yeah. Your Honor, the next one is a Spanish speaker. Next four. We have the next four, and there's all of them require a Spanish interpreter.
Great. Madam Interpreter, you're present, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready to go.
Okay. Let us know when we have a defendant and we'll start from there.
Your Honor, he's seated right next to me.
Good morning, sir. Can you state your name, please?
Muy buenos días, señor. ¿Me puede dar su nombre completo, por favor?
Buenos días. Es José Pablo López Martínez.
Good morning. My name is Jose Pablo Lopez Martinez.
Sir, you're here today on an initial appearance for possession of narcotic drugs and possession of drug paraphernalia.
Señor, el día de hoy usted está aquí en la comparecencia inicial por posesión de una droga narcótico y también accesorios de droga.
And you do have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
Usted tiene el derecho de permanecer callado. Todo lo que diga puede y será utilizado en su contra.
These are felony charges, so you do have the right to assistance of counsel, and there is counsel seated next to you to assist you.
Estas son acusaciones por delito mayor y usted tiene el derecho de ser representado por un abogado y enseguida de usted, para el propósito de esta audiencia, está un abogado presente.
The state recommends that bond be set in the amount of $1,100.
La fiscalía está recomendando que a usted se le fije fianza, una fianza de $1,100.
The state also indicates that this may be eligible for what's called the STEP program in a smart court hearing.
Bueno, y también la fiscalía está recomendando que usted cumple con los requisitos para un programa de rehabilitación que se llama STEPS a través de un programa SMART.
The smart court process allows for charges to be dismissed through a diversion type program.
Ahora, este programa de SMART es una alternativa, es un curso alternativo para que se puedan cancelar estas acusaciones. Es un tipo de curso alternativo.
However, the court must also notify you that there is a ICE hold on you currently.
Pero también, sin embargo, el juez le debe de informar que en este momento usted tiene una orden de retención de la agencia de ICE, de Migración y Aduanas.
And so that ultimate release on your charges could result in you being placed in federal custody.
Ahora, si queda libre, puede resultar en que usted quede detenido bajo custodia federal.
Mr. Hotchkiss, as to the amount for bond, do you have any additional recommendation?
Y el juez le está preguntando al fiscal, al señor Hotchkiss, que sí, ¿qué cantidad de fianza está recomendando?
Not really, Your Honor. We just felt a bond was appropriate given the ICE hold. If Mr. Fatak wants release instead, we have no problem with that, given his absence of other criminal history. Thank you.
El señor Hotchkiss dice que no, que en realidad no tiene ninguna recomendación, que siendo que él tiene una orden de retención de ICE y si el abogado Pataki, que está enseguida de usted, recomienda, ponemos porque no tiene antecedentes penales.
Mr. Fatak, any record you wish to make?
Abogado Patak, algo que desea poner en el acta.
Your Honor, we actually have a Spanish speaker here in the courtroom. Can I just get about 30 seconds to talk to him to see what he wants to do? And I don't know if the court wants to set a bond, I guess I don't need to talk to him, but if the court is inclined to release, then that is a conversation I need to have with him.
El abogado pide 30 segundos para hablar con usted, pero si el juez está considerando fijar fianza, entonces quiere hablar con usted, pero si está considerando liberarlo, entonces no necesita tener esa conversación con usted.
I can tell you that as to this defendant and the next three defendants, I'm inclined to probably, well, the next two defendants, I'm probably inclined to set at least a nominal bond.
Dice el juez que con lo que pertenece a este acusado y a los siguientes dos acusados está considerando fijar una fianza mínima.
So that there's an action chance to resolve the local charges.
Porque existe la posibilidad de que se puedan resolver estos asuntos locales.
Judge, then we just ask you to set a $500 bond given a complete lack of criminal history. Mr. Lopez Martinez does not seem to have any other criminal matter, and he qualifies for smart court, so we ask for a smart date at a $500.
Entonces dice su abogado que, su señoría, entonces solicitamos y recomendamos que se fije una fianza de $500, dado el hecho de que el señor no tiene antecedentes penales. El señor López Martínez no tiene para nada ningún antecedente penal y califica o cumple con los requisitos para este programa de SMART, entonces pedimos una fianza de $500.
At this time, the court will set bond in the amount of $500, cash and secured, cash or secured.
En este momento el juez le fija una fianza de $500 en efectivo o en garantía.
The court will set a SMART hearing on December 2nd at 9:00 a.m.
El juez le va a fijar una fianza en el tribunal SMART, en el programa SMART, el día 2 de diciembre a las 9 de la mañana.
The court will also set the preliminary hearing January 6th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m.
Y también le voy a fijar una audiencia preliminar el 6 de enero del 2025 a la 1:30 de la tarde.
Conditions for release will be no alcohol or illegal drugs.
Las condiciones de liberación, señor, son no consumir alcohol ni tampoco consumir drogas ilícitas.
And the Pima County Public Defender's Office is appointed.
Y se le asigna el defensor público para defenderlo.
And that will be all for today's hearing. Thank you very much.
Y es todo por hoy. Muchísimas gracias.
Your Honor, can we just ask the interpreter to let him know that if he chooses to pay the $500, he will not be released, but ICE will come and immigration will come and pick him up, and there is a chance he'll lose the $500 in forfeiture.
Sí, señor, dice el abogado que está sentado enseguida de usted que si usted decide pagar las $500 que se le ha fijado de fianza, existe la posibilidad de que usted no quede libre. En vez de eso, lo va a recoger Inmigración, la agencia ICE. Entonces, hay una posibilidad real de que usted pierda los $500.
Right. Good luck to you.
Buena suerte.
Yeah. One. Your Honor, we have the next defendant in the seat, and I think Ms. Morrow is also appearing from the AG's office.
Ms. Morrow, is that correct?
It is correct, Your Honor.
And do you want to just briefly announce for the record?
Nanette Morrow for the Arizona Attorney General's office.
Thank you. Okay. And then which defendant do we have, Mr. Patak?
I believe you're Juan, right? Yes. Okay. We have Juan Penales in Sunza.
Mr. Penuelas in Zunza, do you require a Spanish interpreter?
Señor Penuelas Insunza, ¿usted requiere los servicios del intérprete?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Sir, you are here today on an initial appearance as to a charge of possession narcotic drug for sale, a felony offense.
Señor, el día de hoy está usted aquí para su comparecencia inicial. Usted tiene una acusación de posesión de un narcótico para la venta. Es un delito considerado delito mayor.
You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. And you have the right to assistance of counsel.
Usted tiene derecho a permanecer callado. Todo lo que diga puede y será utilizado en su contra y tiene el derecho a ser representado por un abogado.
And then, Ms. Morrow, is the Attorney General's office acting as the prosecutorial entity here?
It is, Your Honor.
Y le pregunta el juez, señorita Morrow, ¿el fiscal es el que va a enjuiciar a esta persona? ¿Es la agencia enjuiciatoria? Y dice que sí.
And Your Honor, feel free, of course, to disregard the recommendation I put in. Just wasn't sure if Nanette was going to be able to get one in, given the kind of the quick timing of things here.
Y dice el señor Hodgkins, su señoría, por favor haga caso omiso a la recomendación que yo había presentado porque no sabía si la fiscal Nanette Morrow iba a estar presente.
Give me one moment, please.
Un momentito, dice el juez.
Okay. I see that the Attorney General's office is recommending bond be set in the amount of $75,000 cash or secured.
That is correct, Your Honor. They had 30.5 pounds of fentanyl. That's approximately 5,000 pills per pound. So they were trafficking approximately 150,000 fentanyl pills. So based on their lack of status in this country, no significant ties to the community. They're facing significant prison time if convicted. And the danger.
Pause. We have an interpreter, so let's pause. Go ahead, Madam President.
Thank you, Your Honor. Le pregunta entonces el juez cuál es la recomendación del fiscal para fijar fianza. La fiscal recomienda $75,000 de fianza en efectivos o en garantía. Y la recomendación de la fiscal se basa en que usted transportaba una cantidad muy grande de fentanil, que viene siendo como 5,000 pastillas por libra. Estaban traficando estas personas 150,000 pastillas de fentanil y dado también la falta del estatus legal que tenían esta persona en el país, los señores no tienen vínculos con la comunidad y ellos se enfrentan mucho tiempo en la cárcel. Thank you.
Please continue, Ms. Morrow.
Based on those factors, Your Honor, we believe the 75,000 is appropriate.
Basándome en esos hechos, pensamos que la fianza de $75,000 en este caso es apropiada.
Mr. Patak, any record?
Abogado
Your-
Patak, algo que quiera decirme en el acta.
Yes, Your Honor. In addition to what the state has said about the quantity, and we agree that he does have an immigration hold.
Sí, quisiera agregar a las declaraciones que hizo la fiscal. Sí, entendemos la cantidad y también que tiene una orden de retención de migración.
But the court should note Juan is only 18 years old.
Pero el juez debe de saber que Juan solamente cuenta con 18 años de edad.
Moreover, Your Honor, he does not appear to have any criminal history whatsoever, at least from the pretrial services report.
Y Juan tampoco tiene ningún tipo de antecedentes penales, o al menos es lo que nos dice el informe previo al juicio.
And Your Honor, based on just reading the interim complaint, it's hard to assess how much his involvement was. Like it's hard to assess every person charged with this offense. We don't know to what extent they were involved.
Y basándonos en la denuncia preliminar, es muy difícil determinar cuál fue el nivel de participación de esta persona porque se cometieron varios delitos por varias personas.
So, Judge, given those factors, we're asking you to consider a $25,000.
Y dado esos hechos, estamos considerando o recomendando que usted ordene una fianza de $25,000.
At this time, the court will set bond in the amount of $75,000 cash or secured.
En este momento, el juez ordena que se fije una fianza de $75,000 en efectivo o en garantía.
The amount for bond is designated in part due to the danger of the products and drugs that were in the defendant's possession.
Y parte de la consideración a esta decisión de fianza se basa en el producto tan peligroso y las drogas que estaban en posesión del acusado.
And higher bond is merited due to danger to the community.
Y también esta fianza tan alta es debido a que puso en riesgo a la comunidad.
If bond is posted, the court will institute the condition that there would be no alcohol or illegal drugs.
Y si el señor deposita la fianza, entonces usted debe de cumplir con las siguientes condiciones: no consumir bebidas alcohólicas o drogas ilícitas.
Court will appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office.
El juez le va a asignar a un defensor público del condado de Pima para representarlo.
And the court will set the next court date, December 2nd, 2024, 1:30 p.m.
El juez le va a fijar la siguiente audiencia el día 2 de diciembre del 2024 a la 1:30 de la tarde.
And that's at the Pima County Justice Court.
Y eso será en Pima County Justice Court.
Mr. Patak, do you need any additional time to speak briefly with the defendant before we release him today?
Señor Pataki, ¿necesita tiempo adicional para hablar con el acusado antes de que se retire?
Just the advisory, Judge, that if he chooses to pay the bond, he will not be released. Immigration will pick him up and he risks losing the bond.
Solamente le quiere decir el abogado que si usted, señor, decide pagar la fianza, no va a quedar libre porque está en riesgo de que lo va a recoger la agencia de migración ICE y está en riesgo de perder la fianza.
Okay, thank you. And we will go ahead and excuse the defendant at this time.
Muchísimas gracias, dice el juez, y se puede retirar el acusado en este momento.
Gracias.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes. And Mr. Patak, just so you know, we still don't have video, probably gonna be down for the rest of the session, so just let us know. when it-
Definitely, Your Honor. So, Your Honor, in the seat next to me, it's Saul. Penuelas. Okay, it's Saul Penuelas in Zunza. He's right next to me, Judge.
Okay, thank you, sir. Just for the record, can you please state your full name?
Buenos días, señor. Para que conste en actas, ¿me puede decir su nombre completo, por favor?
Saúl Enrique Penuelas Insunza.
Saúl Enrique Penuelas Insunza.
Sir, you're here today on an initial appearance related to the felony charge of possession of narcotic drugs for sale.
Señor, usted está aquí en la comparecencia inicial por el delito de un delito mayor por posesión de un narcótico para ser vendido.
You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you, and you have the right to assistance of counsel.
Usted tiene el derecho de permanecer callado. Todo lo que diga puede y será utilizado en su contra y también tiene derecho a ser representado por un abogado.
Nanette Morrow from the Attorney General's office is present on behalf of the state and has recommended bond be set in the amount of $75,000.
También está presente Ninette Morrow representando la fiscalía y la fiscalía está recomendando que se le fije fianza de $75,000.
Ms. Morrow, any additional record you want to make?
No, Your Honor, I just that this defendant delivered the drugs to the co-defendant that we just saw.
Le pregunta el juez a la fiscal Morrow que si ella quisiera decir algo en actas y dice y responde la fiscal, no, su señoría, solamente le quiero avisar que este acusado fue la persona que entregó las drogas al coacusado que acabamos de ver anteriormente.
Mr. Patak, any record you wish to make?
Abogado Fatak, ¿algo que quiera decir en actas?
Your Honor, we just asked that you consider a complete lack of felony history. I know the court has mentioned that it has concerns for safety of the community, so that is all I need to add. He has no problems.
Su señoría, solamente le quería avisar que el señor no tiene antecedentes penales y como el juez mencionó anteriormente, está preocupado por la seguridad de la comunidad, pero es lo único que tengo que agregar, que el señor no tiene antecedentes penales.
And so that's why we just asked for a less than 75,000.
Y solamente por eso pedimos una fianza más baja que los $75,000.
At this time, the court will set bond in the amount of $75,000 cash or secured.
En este momento el juez fija la fianza de $75,000 en efectivo o en garantía.
Higher bond is set due to danger to the community.
Y se le fija una fianza alta por el hecho de que usted es un peligro para la comunidad.
And the court will also indicate that in the event that the defendant posts bond, that it is probable that the defendant will be taken into federal custody and the bond which is posted would be forfeited.
Y también el juez menciona que existe la posibilidad de que si usted deposita la fianza, paga la fianza, usted muy probablemente va a quedar bajo la custodia federal y perderá o será incautada la fianza.
Which is just stated for the court as, which is just stated for the defendant's information.
Que lo acabo de decir solamente para que esté informado el acusado.
As conditions of release, if bond is posted, there will be no alcohol or illegal drugs.
Ahora, como condiciones de liberación, en caso de que usted pague la fianza, no debe de consumir bebidas alcohólicas ni drogas ilegales.
It is ordered appointing the Pima County legal defender to represent the defendant.
Y se ordena al defensor legal del condado de Pima, se nombra para que lo represente, señor.
And the next court date for the defendant is December 2nd, 2024, 1:30 p.m.
Y la próxima audiencia es el 2 de diciembre del 2024 a la 1:30 de la tarde.
And that is at the Pima County Justice Court.
Y eso sería en Pima County Justice Court.
Mr. Patak, any additional time you need, or can this defendant be excused?
Señor Pataki, ¿necesita tiempo adicional con el acusado o se puede retirar?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay,
No necesita tiempo, gracias.
to the defendant, you are excused. Thank you for appearing today.
Señor, se puede retirar. Gracias por comparecer el día de hoy.
And Your Honor, that's my last defendant. May it be excused?
No, Your Honor, we have one more.
It's the last one for the Attorney General.
Yes, correct, Ms.
Oh.
Maury. Ms. Maury may be excused. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a nice day.
Good, thank you.
I thought the interpreter was speaking, my bad.
Okay, and so then let us know, you have Mr. Trujillo Quintana?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Good morning, sir. Can you state your full name?
Muy buenos días, señor. ¿Me puede dar su nombre completo, por favor?
Jesús Guillermo Trujillo Quintana.
Jesús Guillermo Trujillo Quintana.
Sir, you're here today on an initial appearance for possession of a dangerous drug, which is a felony.
Señor, usted está aquí en una comparecencia inicial por posesión de un narcótico peligroso que es un delito mayor.
You do have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you, and you have the right to assistance of counsel.
Usted tiene el derecho a permanecer callado. Todo lo que diga puede y será utilizado en su contra y también tiene derecho a ser representado por un abogado.
The state is recommending that the defendant be released to pretrial services supervision.
Ahora, la fiscalía está recomendando que usted, el acusado, sea liberado, quede libre bajo la supervisión de los servicios previos al juicio.
And that the defendant be set with a smart court hearing.
Y que a usted, al acusado, se le programe una audiencia del programa SMART.
Mr. Patak, any objection to setting a smart hearing and setting a preliminary hearing at a future date?
Abogado Patak, ¿usted se opone a que se fije una audiencia en el programa SMART y también una audiencia preliminar en el futuro?
No, Your Honor, and we will extend the PH date.
No, su señoría.
Okay, let me just confirm. Okay, so at this time, the court will order releasing the defendant to the supervision of pretrial services.
En este momento el juez ordene que usted salga libre, pero que queda bajo la supervisión de los servicios previos al juicio.
Conditions of release will be no use of alcohol or illegal drugs.
Las condiciones de liberación para usted, señor, es que no puede consumir alcohol ni tampoco drogas ilícitas.
Follow monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services.
Usted debe de seguir las indicaciones, el tratamiento y el programa que le indique los servicios previos al juicio.
The court will order that the Pima County Public Defender's Office is appointed to represent the defendant.
Y el juez ordena que el defensor público del condado de Pima se asigna para que lo represente en este caso.
A smart hearing is set December 2nd, 9:00 a.m. at Superior Court.
Y se va a fijar una audiencia en el programa SMART el día 2 de diciembre a las 9 de la mañana en el Tribunal Superior.
And the preliminary hearing is set January 6th, 2025, 1:30 p.m.
Y la audiencia preliminar se fija para el 6 de enero del 2025 a la 1:30 de la tarde.
And that is at Pima County Justice Court.
Y es en Pima County Justice Court.
At this time, sir, you have your next court dates and your conditions. You are excused. Thank you.
Señor, en este momento ya se le asignó las próximas audiencias y sus condiciones de liberación. Ya se puede retirar. Gracias.
And Your Honor, if the interpreter could just let him know that I have an information sheet about smart court, it's in English. So if he could get someone's help and understand it, get it translated and understand it, that would be great.
Bueno, señor, dice su abogado que él tiene información para usted en lo que consiste el programa SMART, pero que está en inglés. Se la van a entregar a usted, pero si por favor busque usted la ayuda de alguien que se la traduzca para que lo pueda entender en el español. ¿Está bien?
Ok, yo lo hago.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Se puede retirar, señor. Gracias.
And Madam Interpreter, you can be excused as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You.
Your Honor, I changed the settings on my end. It was saying spotlight the jail, but I think you still have the same issue with the video.
That's correct.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we still can't see anybody. So just let us know when we have the next defendant, if you would. Thank
Okay.
you.
Of course.
Sure, that's fine. And on the other one too, if you want to do that, if you didn't already do it. Thanks.
Your Honor, we have Mr. Jeffrey Anton.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Anton. Can you state your full name, please?
Good morning, Jeffrey Anton Jr.
Mr. Anton, you're here today on a felony charge of aggravated driving under the influence. You do have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have a right to assistance of counsel, and there is counsel seated next to you. The state is recommending bond be set in the amount of $7,500 cash or secured. Mr. Hotchkiss, any additional record?
Further from me, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Fatak, any record on behalf of the defendant?
Yes, please, Judge. We are asking that you give Mr. Anton one chance on pretrial services. The last DUI conviction comes from 2017. He was so close to finishing his 7 years staying away from any DUIs, and he picked up his felony offense. Sounds like he never got his license that was suspended, reinstated through the MVD, which is why it was classified as a felony. We understand the state's concerns, but Judge, one more chance on pretrial services. Mr. Anton does have a good history of appearing in court. Thank you.
Let me just review something really quick.
Sure.
If this were the first offense, I might be able to release, but I really don't have much tolerance for repeated driving under the influence. So this time, the court will.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to cut you off, but can I be heard on the bond amount then?
I'm intending not to. I'm not going to do 7,500. It's going to be lower. But do you want to make any additional record?
Yes, Your Honor. Given the age of the last conviction, we just ask that you consider a $1,500 bond.
Okay. The court at this time is going to set bond in the amount of $2,500 cash and secured with release to pretrial services if bond is posted. Conditions of release are that not to drive without a valid license, no alcohol or illegal drugs, monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. The court will order appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent the defendant. Next court date for the defendant will be December 2nd, 2024, 1:30 p.m. And that's at the Pima County Justice Court for a preliminary hearing. If you do post bond, Mr. Anton, you have to make sure you appear at that hearing on December 2nd. Failure to appear could result in a warrant being issued for your arrest. It sounds like from the record I'm seeing that you did a good job so far with addressing the prior DUI, but there's enough information to the court today where it appears that we may have another situation again. And in order to protect the community, also, that's another reason why I'm instituting bond at this time. You will have a chance to address bond in the future with your assigned judge at the Justice Court. Any questions at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, then you are excused. Thank you, sir.
What's your name, sir?
Michael Weinbach.
He's not on the list today.
Michael Allen Linebach, he's number 3.
He's number 3 on the
Yes, sir.
felonies.
Did Horn just call you about that? Never mind. Take a look. Michael Allen. Miscommunication, I'm sorry.
Michael, yeah, Your Honor, I'm sorry. We're just trying to figure out if someone's on the evening list or the morning list.
I'm on the evening.
Your Honor, do we have Mr. Leinenbach, Michael?
No, we don't have him for the morning.
Oh, okay. Because we have 2 versions of the list where there's one. Yeah, there's one list that shows him on this morning's calendar, but not. Yeah, we'll if the court doesn't have him on. Okay. On the list, then we can do it. In the evening.
Oh.
So you'll see a judge in the evening, sir.
Penales?
Look,
Your Honor, we have Robert Penales in this evening.
Good morning, Mr. Penales. Can you go ahead and state your full name for the record?
Robert Penales Jr.
Mr. Penales, you're here today on a couple of matters. We'll take them one at a time. The first matter that the court's here to address is a failure to appear for a shoplifting charge out of a matter in, looks like Superior Court. You do have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. And you do have a right to assistance of counsel. There is counsel seated next to you. It appears that we had an arraignment that was set previously and that you had not appeared at that. And so that's why you were picked up on a warrant. In review of the information before the court today, we have a bond recommendations of $1,000. And Mr. Hotchkiss, any additional record you want to make?
We would just request that amount, Your Honor, based in large part on the substantial failure to appear history. Thank you.
And then Mr. Patak, any additional record?
Your Honor, Mr. Penales is wanting me to ask you for one more chance on 3 drug services. He says he will comply. I know he's 6 on 6 on both scales, so we did talk about being realistic about this. But if you're not inclined to release him, Judge, I know Judge Metzger's asking for $1,000, but he's asking you to consider a $700 bond. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think if we didn't have the history of the failures to appear, the court, and this was the first offense situation, I think the court would be a little bit more flexible, but I do want to make sure that we get the defendant at the next hearings. So the court is going to order that bond be set in the amount of $1,000, cash or secured. Any prior release conditions are affirmed. The court will appoint Anna Dennis to represent the defendant, and then the next arraignment, the arraignment for Mr. Penales as to these charges, December at 1:30 p.m. at the Superior Court for arraignment. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to the South Tucson matter. And we have some matters that are pending in the South Tucson City Court. That's failure to appear as to 3 different matters of theft and also criminal trespass. In review of the information before the court, in order to ensure the defendant's appearance, the court will order that bond be set in the amount of $250, cash or secured. And then these are all misdemeanor charges, by the way. Court will appoint Michael Vaughn to represent the defendant. Court will order affirming any prior release conditions and also that that the defendant not return to any incident locations. Next court date in South Tucson is going to be tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m. That's November 22nd, 10 o'clock a.m. at South Tucson City Court. If Mr. Penales, if you've not posted bond by that date, then you'll be made available by the jail to appear at that hearing in City Court. Okay, any questions at this time before we conclude?
No, Judge.
Yes, it did. I already did. Oh, I'm going to approve it right now. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Penales. You are excused.
Your Honor, Alisa Ramirez.
Is she present there with you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, ma'am, can you go ahead and state your first and last name, please?
Oh, sorry. Alisa Ramirez.
Okay, thank you. Can the jail confirm whether we have a Superior Court hold on Ms. Ramirez?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Is it probation,
Your Honor.
probation or felony?
Probation.
Probation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Ms. Ramirez, you're here today on a couple of matters. We'll take them one at a time. Just give me one moment to get the file. There we go. And then, so the first matter that we're here for
How long ago?
is a charge for possession of a dangerous drug, which is a felony offense. You do have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have a right to assistance of counsel. Those counsel seated next to you. State is recommending on this one that we do bond in the amount of $1,100. Any additional record, Mr. Hotchkiss?
Your Honor, thank you.
And then Mr. Patak, any record?
Given that probation's holding her, Judge, no, I just ask you to set a nominal bond, and we'll also ask the court to set a smart court date, but not waive the preliminary hearing date.
Okay, so you want to do the same preliminary hearing plus you want a smart court?
Yes, please, Judge.
So that would result on this one in a smart court hearing occurring at 9:00 a.m. and then there'd be a preliminary hearing at 1:30 in justice court. Is that doable?
Yes, Your Honor, that's doable since, especially because she's in custody and being held on the probation matter.
Okay. It says to this matter, Mr. Ramirez, the court is going to be setting bond in the amount of $500 cash or secured with release to pretrial services if bond is posted. There is what's called a probation hold. So even if you were to post bond, you would not necessarily be released. You'd have to resolve the issue with probation before you could potentially be released. Court is setting a smart hearing in this matter, December 2nd, 2024, 9:00 a.m. Additionally, and that's going to be at the Superior Court. And then additionally, there is a hearing, preliminary hearing, December 2nd, 2024, 1:30 p.m. at Justice Court. That's a preliminary hearing on this particular charge. So you have two dates on December 2nd. Conditions of release will include no alcohol or illegal drugs and follow monitoring and treatment as directed by pretrial services. And the court will appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. So we'll go ahead and conclude in this one and we'll go to the next one. And this one is as to, it looks like we have unlawful possession of a dangerous drug and unlawful possession of narcotic. These are felony offenses. You do have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. Court's inclination is to go ahead and have concurrent bond set $500. Is that acceptable to the state? While we wait for that, Mr. Patak, any
That's where I had neglected to hit the, but
Mr. Hotchkiss, any substantial objection to that amount?
no objection from us, Your Honor. That is just fine. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Patak, for the reasons we've already discussed so far, is that fine?
That's fine, Judge, but although the clerk's office sometimes wants you not to set concurrent bonds, so as long as they're okay, we're okay.
Do we know of anything, any issue with that? Yeah. I'll just indicate that bond is concurrent in the outcome sheet here. Okay, and then is this one eligible? We doing smart court on this one, or is it just separate?
Your Honor, the same smart court is fine, same PH date is fine in case you're inclined to set a smart court hearing.
Okay, we'll just go ahead.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so then we will do as follows. So essentially the same outcome as the last one. We'll do $500 cash or secured bond. That's concurrent bond with release to pretrial services if bond is posted. No alcohol or illegal drug. Follow monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. Pima County Public Defender's Office is appointed. And smart court hearing will be set December 2nd, 9:00 a.m. And the preliminary hearing December 2nd, 1:30 p.m. Smart hearing is at Superior and the preliminary hearing is at Justice Court. So two court dates that day. Okay, any additional questions before we conclude on this one?
Nothing for the defense here.
Okay, thanks. We'll go ahead. Ms. Ramirez, you are excused at this time. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, we have Mr. Joseph Zire sitting next to me.
Thank you. Sir, can you go ahead and state your full name?
Joseph James Zire.
Mr. Zire, you're here today. It looks like you were picked up on a warrant for failure to appear. And so you do have a right to remain silent. Looks like we also have a misdemeanor matter that we'll handle separately in city court, but it's to the failure to appear for the felony charges. You do have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You do have a right to assistance of counsel on the felony charges, and there is counsel seated next to you. The court, shows that the state is recommending that bond be set in the amount of $5,000. Any additional record, Mr. Hotchkiss?
No, you're.
And then Mr. Patak, any additional record?
Your Honor, Mr. Zire has nothing else beyond the one paraphernalia charge in city court this morning. So given that he has a complete lack of felony history besides this one, he's asking for one more chance on pretrial services release. He doesn't seem to have any other felony convictions or history. This is the only thing keeping him in jail besides the paraphernalia. So judge, one chance on pretrial.
Okay. At this time, the court, to ensure the defendant's appearance, the court is going to set bond in the amount of $5,000 cash or secured. Next court date will be an arraignment, December 2nd, 2024, 1:30 p.m. at the Superior Court. Mr. Zire, if you do post bond, make sure that you appear. The warrant was issued because you had not previously appeared. And so it's crucially important that you do appear for future proceedings. If you are still incarcerated, you will be made available for that arraignment at Superior Court. Court will order appointing the Pima County the Legal Advocate's Office to represent you, and the court will also designate any prior release conditions are affirmed. Let's go ahead and go to the city court matter. There is a misdemeanor charge of drug paraphernalia. You do have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. In this matter, the court, based upon what's available to the court will order that you just be released on your promise to appear in this particular matter. Court will order no alcohol or illegal drugs. And let me see, do we have an incident location? And not to return back to the incident location. However, the court, since the court's not instituting any additional jail time on the city court matter, it doesn't mean that you're released in general. It just means there's no additional time being added. Your next court date is going to be, now let me clarify something real quick. He's staying incarcerated, so we're doing the video review then? Okay, so the court's just going to order to make sure that you get seen as soon as possible in this matter, that your next court date is a video review, November 26, 2024 at 1:45 p.m. In the court's discretion, the court is going to appoint the city public defender's office to represent you in this matter, so that you'll have additional assistance of counsel. So November 26, 2024, 1:45 p.m. is the next court date in city court as to the misdemeanor charge. Any questions, sir, at this time?
No questions, Judge. Just that since you appointed an attorney already, are you inclined to set a nominal $50 or $100 bond for time credit purposes on the misdemeanor?
I could. Is that the defendant's request?
Yes, Your Honor. He's not able to pay the $5,000, so he might as well earn credit on the misdemeanor.
Okay, so the court will amend its previous order. The court will order that bond be set in the city court matter in the amount of $50 cash or secured. Again, city public defender's office is appointed. Same conditions apply as to alcoholic beverages, incident location, and so forth. Okay, anything additional, Mr. Patak?
No, Judge. As long as the city court minute entry reflects he has a felony hold, I think.
Let me make sure that it does. There we go. Okay. So thank you, Mr. Zire. Good luck with things going forward. You are excused.
Thank you.
All right. That should be it for today. Thank you, jail. Thank you, counsel. Thank you, pretrial services. Have a good rest of the day.